real. Florida man burst through wall with pants around his ankles as he...
Welcome to Assembly 30 Years Awards shortlist announcement stream. For 30 years, Assembly has been a platform for people to come together to create and experiment with technology and make art. This year, we celebrate this incredible journey. I have to say that 30 years is a long time, and because there were like hundreds of demos to choose from, we thought to make it a little bit easier for you and curated a selection of the best work from which you can choose from. A special jury chose the nominees with their experience and expertise, but the winners will be chosen by you, the audience. Come and see which artwork will be awarded in 30 years of Assembly Awards. We welcome you to celebrate Demoscene and our beloved 30-year-old event at Assembly Summer 2022. Voting opens tonight and the winners will be announced on Thursday, August 4th at the main stage at 8 o'clock. You can still get tickets to the event from tiketti.fi. If you would like to be there on site in person with your friends or your future friends, get your tickets now and be a part of the thrilling atmosphere. We have divided the nominees in 7 different categories. They are audio, graphics, restricted, game development, impactful group, groundbreaking production, and of course, demo. Soon we'll watch all of the nominees or entries in all the categories. But before that, we'll have a word with the jury who decided on these categories and nominees. The voting starts immediately after this stream. Anyone and everyone can vote. You can vote at scene.assembly.org. You can vote until Saturday, July 30th. So let's get started. The first category is graphics, and we'll talk with Florine about that, and she is joining us remotely. Florine, can you hear us? Can you see us? I can't hear you, but maybe I can hear you in a second. I'll try the other earpiece. Maybe that'll work. No. Can you hear me? This is classic. I heard you in like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
reading.
maybe sign language
Yeah.
would work. I don't know. Maybe I think the volume should be up, yeah? This is classic. Can you hear her in the... No, no. Ah! She discovered something. Oh no, now the whole picture froze. No, we're
This is
losing
classic.
you. We're losing you.
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes. Perfect. I can hear you. Okay.
Sorry for that.
No worries. No worries. Okay. So you have participated in numerous shader showdowns and live acts with code, and you're also a PhD student in digital art, currently writing a thesis about code and mathematics in digital art.
Exactly.
I'm glad to have you with us. Can you tell us a little bit about this category?
Yeah, so we chose the category we wanted to be the jury for, kind of like the person who will choose some of the art that will be showcased for the public to vote. And I chose graphics because I think it's the closest from what I do myself. And I didn't want to judge something I wouldn't be able to comprehend fully, to not give false information or false appreciation of the pieces. And I really loved going through 30 years of graphics. Everything was really amazing. Like assembly is filled, like graphics in assembly is really filled with a lot of good pieces, but also original ones. There is really a lot of different style, and I hope that's something that will be filled by the public when the selection will be showcased to them, because we tried to have several type of graphics, one that are more like on the aesthetic originality side, and ones that are more about technicity, like really mastering the technicity of lighting, composition in an image. And also on the selection, you have some old school, some fast graphics, and some graphics. which is like different kind of constraints.
Was it hard to combine this selection? Was there something that you thought that should be still in, or was it easy task to have like the selection
I
you
think
chose?
the most difficult part, at least for me, was to choose the first list for choosing the 6 or 7 pieces that was selected here. Like as soon as we got the list of, I think it was like 150
Woo!
pieces, it was a lot, but I really had to be tough because there is so much more things I might wanted myself to put on that, but I tried to be consistent with the point I wanted to have in each images, in each graphics. So as I said, the lighting, the composition, and is it original aesthetically speaking?
Was that the criteria, or did you have
Yes.
other ones as well?
Yeah. And also like obviously having all the different type of graphics competition represented,
So 30 years
like
is
old school, fast, etc. Sorry.
no, it's okay. 30 years is a long time, and technology, of course, advances in like speed. So, was it fun to see how the graphics had also developed in these years, or how was the time factor in this selection?
Yeah, it was really interesting to see that, especially on the old school graphics, because like, okay, graphics in itself, like when you don't have any constraints about it, Photoshop or using Photoshop or GIMP or Krita or like, I would say new technology and modern PC. I think those are great tools, but as it doesn't have some constraints, it's more about how the artists choose the style, the viewpoint for the camera, the framing, etc. While in old school, I saw improvement, but even like technical improvement just for graphics. And it was really interesting to see old school graphics made in 2010 or 2015, for example, and comparing to 1992, which is like quite a bit different in the usage of the palette, for example, or the constraint between how many pixels of which color you can have in one block, etc.
Sounds really interesting. Thanks so much, Florine. I'm so happy that we were able to see you and hear your voice.
Sorry for the little problem.
No worries. We'll continue with Alexi, Sonja, and Marco, who are here with me in the studio. Let's move on to audio and Alexi. You are a seasoned audio designer, composer, punk programmer, and digital tinkerer. Alexi has created music and sound effects, for example, for a few Game Boy games around 2000 and released 10 music albums, the latest last December. Okay, so let's move on to audio. Can you tell us something about this category?
So this is obviously about the music. The music in all the different music competitions. So there's the old school, old Amiga modules and multi-channel and MP3 competitions. And later on, they were split into vocal music and dance music. And there's been different setups. And also fast music, where you have to compose in a short period of time according to some assignment. And in this category, we took the top entries from all the competitions and some extras. And I presented a short list of 90 songs
90.
Yeah, to the judges, and we voted on that, and then I made some final adjustments to get to the 6.
Did you have a dance party listening to the 90 songs?
Yes.
Everybody's nodding. Was it hard to compare these different kinds of music if there is like vocals and then if some of them are made with Amiga, then is it hard to compare them?
Yeah, of course. But that was it was also charming to try to make a coherent selection that would cover the whole time span, despite there's so many different styles. And yeah,
Was there any criteria that were selected from all the pieces, or was it more like a coherent, how do you say, like a mix with everything like in it?
I wanted to include all the old platforms, and like we have one SID tune in the selection and one 4-channel Amiga module, and something from the youngest generation. Also, I'm too old for that, but there's one tune from 2019.
Okay.
And was it difficult to come up with this selection? Yes, it was quite easy to get it down to 20.
Yeah.
But after that, it was always you had to eliminate something that should be there really.
Kill your darlings type of
But
situation.
my final solution was that I ditched the Google Sheets and the sound files, and one night I woke up at 4 a.m. and I tried to go through the top 10 in my mind.
Ah,
So this is how I made the final 6.
okay.
The ones that I could remember how they, this one starts like this, and yeah.
How do you see the future of this category? You said that the latest piece were from 2019.
Well, there's always going to be music.
That's a good answer. Do you have any favorites yourself?
All of them.
Of course, all of them. Okay, thanks, Alexi. And then we'll move on to Sonia, and the category is game development. Sonia is an award-winning game industry powerhouse. She has developed mobile, online, casual, mid-core, and MMO games, and built developer communities like IGDA Finland and Women in Games Finland.
Yes.
Sonia, you have been curating also assembly art tech seminars for several years. What's your favorite memory from assembly?
Yeah, that's always a tough one. But I would say that assembly is always about meeting people, like, your old friends, and, get to know new ones. So I would obviously say that, the Arctic crew is, the best. But when pondering, like, what should I answer, I decided to go with the friends of mine who are into experimental electronics, just because they're like sick hardware, they're crazy, weird electronics / like interactive things that they always like craft for each year really gives like a lot of like screen time from the experience. So hi guys, Daniel and the company.
Okay, so let's hear about this category, game development.
Yeah, game development is a bit newer category, so we only have 20 years of history.
Only,
yeah, compared to the other categories. This is the baby.
So you had an easy task.
Yeah, this was super easy. So the starting point was to expand the like demo creators' creativity towards like interactive entertainment and also towards the, like the audience sports. So to deliver something that's experienced by the players, so consumers, and that's of course an interesting twist. And I have to say that it's also nice addition to the assembly, because games have always pushed the like boundaries of hardware. So yeah, how to take the like processing power of GPUs, or how to manage the like graphics rendering, or do parallel processing for like AI and try different things for VR. So there's a lot of room to create something that might be social, but at least is like interactive.
Was the jury anonymous, or did you make the final selection?
So my take was that assembly is for the people. So those that come to the assembly have decided the best entry for each year in game dev category. So I think it was obvious that the shortlist is the winners over the actually 18 years due to COVID. But yeah, and from there I trusted the jury. So we basically did as in all categories. So both played the games. If someone was not able to play, at least like get introduced to the game, gave points, gave comments. So I think, well, that's at least my sense that we actually, agreed about the top 5 that we eventually went with.
So you have top 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you happy with this top 5?
I'm super happy. Yeah, I'm super happy. I think it's always a challenge to try to recall like different limitations you have over the years, but also like what's the actual innovation, as that's what we are like looking for, like computational creativity, but also what pushes the industry forward, what brings something new to the table. So that's always also a nice sort of a thinking practice for us. Like, yeah, wait. 2002, how was the world back then?
Yeah, there's probably been a huge leap in the, for example, like you said, in rendering and all the technology. How did it feel to watch the games that were done in 2002?
So I was super impressed because now with the history, you can actually see the impact those entries actually have to the game industry. So many like large titles or commercial titles actually have utilized some of these like sort of math or physics programming in the game design, which were basically introduced at assembly back in the day. So I was like, wow, yeah, actually it's interesting to see what's the impact from the
And that's really cool.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see into the core of it, or somehow, I don't know, maybe go backwards and see like where the first seeds were planted or first implications somehow.
Yeah, so that was super cool. I think it was also a bit of a challenge to keep that in mind, but it was also very inspirational to see that, wow, actually there's quite a lot of like impactful development there.
And then in the end, how do you see the future of this category?
So as a professional game developer, I think the game development have become quite conservative due to this, due to the need to actually make some revenue out of the thing. So I think actually these type of like game dev category could actually push these like opportunities or possibilities forward, as you don't have so many limitations, but more and more different opportunities to utilize and maybe combine different like auxiliary hardware or sort of input devices, go with the virtual reality, or go with different ways to change the way the games have been built or are experienced together.
You talk so nicely about this big concept, and in my mind I'm just thinking about the porrasturvat stairdiskmatka. Yeah.
Yes.
But you're right.
Yeah, I know.
All right, thank you so much, Sonia. And then next up we have restricted demos / intro and Markku. You have visited Assembly every summer since 1994 and have no intention of dropping the habit. In addition to coding and occasional graphics, Markku has also taken an academic look at the scene and wrote a PhD thesis titled Times of Change in the Demo Scene. So, How has assembly evolved from your perspective? You have seen quite a long run.
Well, assembly has evolved, but maybe I've changed even more from that enthusiastic teenage boy into a beer-bellied middle-aged guy.
You
But
are not
still
middle-aged
enthusiastic
yet.
though.
Yes, yes.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about this category, restricted?
Well, the demo scene has always been about showing off, competing, and doing the impossible. And I would say that's the purpose of this category, doing the impossible, showing others that you're the best. So that's why we crammed into the same category old school hardware, which is kind of hard in itself, and then these size limited intros, 64, 4K, and 1K, where the challenge is more on the size of the executable. So more like a self-imposed limit, but the very hard limit to do anything creative in that size.
Was it hard selecting these entries for this category?
I should say yes, but it wasn't. So there's been quality stuff over the years, but when I started going through the entries from different years, really this was the stuff that stood out and has stood the test of time. So it wasn't as difficult as I expected.
How many entries did you go through?
I went pretty much through all of them from all the years, but yeah, this is like kind of tip of the iceberg that was easily visible.
And how long is the shortlist?
I don't remember. 6?
6.
Maybe.
Okay, so it's not that many. What about this category? Do you think that it has seen its best productions, or are we going to see even better entries in the future?
Well, there's many things when we talk about the restricted category, because it has these like size limited intros and then old school productions, which are not quite the same thing. So I would say I have the highest hope for 1K and 4K. I'm expecting to see like improvement in them, because there's improving tech, improving like new programming techniques, shaders and such things are improving all the time. So I think they will keep improving. 64K, that's a bit trickier. It has become so kind of competitive that you just people don't want to go that way. So it's either these small intros people rather make, or then a full-blown demo. But the 64K is a bit of a challenging category these days. And then the one more thing, old school, I think we will see interesting productions, but there's heavy competition. Like assembly is only one of the parties where you can release old school demos. There's like heavy competition from Revision, Zoo, Silly Venture, X Party. So when people hone a demo for a year and put a lot of effort into it, then they consider carefully where to publish it.
Are these special kind of people who take part in this category? Or you said that it's like showing off, trying to make the impossible, or what kind of people take part in this category?
Demoscene people. They are ordinary people.
All right. Thank you so much, Markku. Next, we should watch all the nominees in these categories. You can start voting right after we have seen all the nominees. So let's roll audio.
I drifted, floated along. Now I'm high, uplifted, you raised a storm. So hear me, the thunder that I can bring. You should know, to me you're everything. So keep fighting for answers, reminding me of changing skies. Align your universe and take away what you despise. Let in all of the colors, soak in the blissful ocean blue. Where you go, I'll follow. So show me the way that leads to you. Show me the way that leads to you.
Ta ta pa pa ta ta.
Welcome to Assembly 2003. Kill all audio and lights. Get ready. It's damn pretty. Action. Transgeneration. Transgeneration. Stop. Zone 3, Transgeneration.
Welcome back to the studio. Now we've seen roughly half of the categories, and now we'll move on to the category Impactful Demo Group. And we have Abyss joining us remotely. Hello, Jussi, can you hear us?
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to be live on air on Assembly TV.
Cool, we can hear you loud and clear. Okay, so let's talk about this category, Impactful Demo Group. What were the criteria for this category?
We're really looking at demo groups that put assembly on the map. Groups that participated over the years or had impactful demos that everybody stood up and said, what was that? So whether you go back in history when, the days before internet, the days before YouTube, when people would disk clap and send demos from just by mail, and if those were the demos you got to have and they came from assembly, then that group probably was there. Or it was a group that had a style to them, something that was worth speaking about and saying like, oh my God, have you seen this? It's so different, it's something unique. Or it was a group that over the years continued to dominate, to continue to be a group that set the standards, and every time you saw their name in the demo compose, oh my God, it's a demo from these guys, and you'd be so excited and cannot wait to see what they would do.
Was selecting entries for this category hard? 30 years is a long time.
I think it's always hard. There's so many groups that aren't serving, but at the same time, there were some that were clearly standout. That was obvious, like this has to be in. But then we had a long discussion in the jury and in terms of like how many groups can we include, and we were fighting tooth and nail to include more than we originally allowed, because we were like, oh, we cannot do this category justice unless we include some of them. And there are at least one surprise that I don't think people are expecting to have in there, which I think is a group that wouldn't immediately be recognized like this, but over the years showed something of different things, which we wanted to include. So it was combined obvious and combined not so obvious, and challenging and not so challenging. So I would say like some things are clear. Some groups just have to be here if you talk about assembly demo compose, and some groups are more like, do you remember these guys? And some groups are like, well, I guarantee there's one surprise. I'm sure that you're not expecting.
Okay, good. So there is a surprise. What is the latest demo group like? Is everything from the early ages, or is there some recent ones as well?
So we did cover the whole 30 years of assembly, and we looked at all the categories, all the whether it be intros, demos, mobile demos, flash demos. We looked at all of these. We tried to look at groups that have been prolific over the years, or that had such a standout presence. So we didn't exclude any category whatsoever. So yeah, it was a very thorough look. But at the same time, I think we rewarded those that have stood the test of time, or those that are really landmark demos that were maybe even just one of them. But if it was such a thing that kind of made people stood up and say, wow, then they may have made the cut.
Has this category seen its best productions, or are we going to see even better entries in the future?
Well, everybody has been saying the demo scene is dead for 20 years now. So it's hard to predict. If you were to ask me in the early 2000s, like, will we see better demos? I'm probably a little bit pessimistic. But if you look at 2015 to 2018, we had a number of fantastic demos from groups like ASD to CNC Fairlight to many different groups, and some old groups also reactivating. So I would be optimistic to say yes, but it depends on those who have honed their craft over the years, or new groups that continue to push the envelope. And it's not that many new groups that get born, and that's a shame, but the ones that continue to push, we continue to see some incredible productions from them. So I'm optimistic that demos are not dead.
Did you experience a walk down the memory lane watching these over the years?
Oh, for sure. I think that's I watched, like, in the jury we voted on all the categories, so I did listen to every single piece of the music that was selected by Heatbeat, all the graphics, and a lot of these are, I would say, especially like, yes, demos also, but especially for me, I think the music is a category that really stands out for something that evokes memories, it evokes feelings, emotions, and listen to some of the tunes. I was taken back to those moments that you feel from past, and I think it's the same for many of the demo soundtracks for me. It's less so the graphics, but it's more the soundtracks that really do it for me.
Do you have a favorite assembly memory you would like to share with us?
Oh my goodness! I was an organizer for 25 years and a main organizer for 23 years, so it's a lot of memories. Maybe I still go back when I was young to those very early days, and maybe I would still say it's, after all this time, maybe it's the first assembly for me, the Assembly 92. Future Crew was a very small group back then. Nobody really cared, and we were releasing our first PC demo, proper PC demo called Unreal. The competitions and everything were, haphazard at best. I was 16 years old. Everything was new. It was so exciting to be part of this, to be contributing to assembly, running a BBS for Future Crew, and I think it's just that feeling of being among people that are like you, nerds that love pushing the boundaries and doing cool shit, and not yet having to worry about the world at large. I think being a teenager is a fantastic gift. You just do cool stuff with good people, and I think that party, I didn't sleep much, and we had some good times, and I think that's probably still my favorite assembly, simply because it was full of optimism, full of just possibilities, if you will.
Sounds good. Let's move on to the category demo. What can you tell us about this category? What were the criteria?
So I'm standing in here for Pehu, who unfortunately couldn't make it, who has been my partner in crime in organizing assembly for a long, long time. So first, shout out to Pehu, who unfortunately couldn't make the live stream. What can I say about demo? Well, demo is the king. It's the ultimate competition. It's where it goes down. And if you win the demo competition at assembly, you really made it. It's something of a championship, if you will. And this was a really tough one. Like, there's been so many demo competitions over the years, and so many demos that have for their era been truly outstanding. But when you're forced to choose just 8 of them over 30 years, it's a really tough selection. I think it was easier with the group because many groups had many productions over the years. For demo, it was much, much harder to select. So we had it to one, though there were many groups that could have entries. We also, that if the demo was in the breakthrough category, it probably couldn't be here. It had to really be very, very strong. And this was a tough one. What I believe what we succeeded to do is definitely find demos that show different routes of assembly. The progression from, let's say, the early days to the masterful demos that we can now do in today's PCs. So I think we kept pretty well, and it's also as a Finn, it's also very nice to see that in the end, many Finnish demo groups are represented here, which was a thing. Okay? Finnish demo groups were the best, but today, they are some of the best. But for a while, it was really like, we were very proud because demos came from Finland. Not all of them, but some of the really good ones came.
Do you think this shortlist or list will evoke discussion? Is there any surprises?
Oh, well, yes. I think it's less so that the demos that made the cut are absolutely deserving. I think the discussion will be, why was that not also included? And that is a tough one. And I think like what I want to emphasize is I don't think objectively you cannot say what is the best demo. I don't think any jury is there because it's an artistic endeavor. You cannot say that's the best or these are the only ones that are deserving. When you're faced with this kind of hard challenge, you want to create something that's really serious. You want to showcase some amount of variety, but also demo is also a category of popularity. It's also a category of something that resonated with a large crowd. I think it's important to understand that these demos that are good from assembly. This is not what I would call the best of the best. They are definitely a selection that we did, but at the same time, there are many demos that people should watch. And I think I would encourage people to go to archive.assembly.org, where every entry from over the years is available. And you should share them. If you disagree, if you think this should have been included, you should share it on Twitter, #AssemblyParty, and put it out there, say like, why wasn't this included? I encourage you to do that because this is just one take of that. And there are so many more deserving that I believe people should see. So put the word out about the great demos that you love.
Thank you so much. Do you have any last words for the voters?
Well, use your vote because we want to see which demos you love. So put your vote to good use.
Thanks so much, Abyss. And we'll see you at Assembly 2022.
Absolutely.
Right?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yes,
we'll
see
be
you there. Okay, so
bye.
Thanks and bye. And now back to the studio where Sir Garbage Truck is here with me. Welcome to the studio.
Hi, welcome to my show.
And you are currently Finland-based American who doesn't really need an introduction when it comes to demoscene. He is one of the most known and knowledgeable figures there is. So nice to see you. And can you share your most vivid memory from Assembly?
No, we don't have time for that because I would probably start with, my first assembly was 2004, and then I'd just talk about every assembly since then. So no, I can't do that without taking up 8 years.
Okay, so let's move on to your category, which is groundbreaking. They're big words. How can one end up into this category?
By making a groundbreaking production. I mean, that's what it says on the tin. So now then, how do you make groundbreaking? Well, that's kind of, okay. You can make something that people remember. You can make something that people are astounded by. You can make something that influences many, many things, but maybe doesn't even get shown, or that people don't remember at the party, but when they go home, it's, oh, wow, I don't remember that. Or you can release something that just causes a lot of discussion. And it may be that I don't understand how that won, and then people just discuss and discuss. Loads of different ways, probably just as many ways to end up in this category as there are to make productions. Notice that I'm saying productions, not demos, not 64Ks, not what, because we thought of everything, unlike the other categories, which were kind of narrow and saying, okay, music, that's this category, that's dealings with all the music. We also considered music because some of the music things are groundbreaking. Same thing with short films, same thing with 64K, so forth. So it's everything.
Okay, so
fits
how
in this
many
category.
entries did you watch for this?
All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
How many hours did you use?
I've used several years of my life to do this. No, seriously. What we did when you and I put this thing together, I started out just going down through the list. First of all, making sure that the productions that I remembered were released at Assembly actually were released at Assembly. There were a few that I remembered being released at Assembly that weren't. They were released at the Gathering or someplace else. So I had to double check myself. Then also, just go down through that. And which ones did I remember from which party? And some of the ones that I remember are not the ones at the very top. They're further down at the bottom, or things that are just there. Mew also contributed with ones that she remembered or that she had talked to folks, because she's a bit younger than I am, because everybody's younger than I am. I don't know how that happened, but she went through the things that she remembered and also these other things, and we put this big list together. And then we started whittling it down. Okay, is this as impactful as I'm thinking it is? Looking at comments on forums and going back and digging stuff out in all of my memories. And of course, this history of the demo scene is always personal. Actually, histories are always personal, but especially with the demo scene. Your memory of what happened could be very different from somebody else's. So having two people on this jury was very important. And then we threw it to the entire, all the jurors, and said, okay, here's a list. 25 points, assign as many points of the 25 as you want to anything on this list. 25 total. Then put a little note down there at the bottom, only 25 truck, not 36, because I ended up with 36 when I did it. So yeah, I had to follow our own rules. And then Abbas actually came back with a thing after that list, and he's like, I distinctly remember this particular production, which was Zoom 3. And I was like, of course, how is this not in the list here? It should totally be there. It's actually not in this list because it got moved to Marco's list because, well, we still had to shorten down our list because we had 16, and I didn't want to. These are 16 out of 30 years, shortening it even further. But luckily, 8 of the productions were able to go into other categories. So we're down to 8. So it's pretty fair.
Are there any surprises on
yes,
this
there's
list?
a surprise on this list.
I'm thinking, should we
There's
just
2.
go briefly
We should.
through all of them?
Briefly. Look, I have a list. It's brief. Yeah.
Make a note.
Yeah. Should I go from the bottom up or the top down?
Top down.
Okay. So Unreal from Future Crew. Some people might say that there's another demo on this, but that demo isn't as good as Unreal. Of course, neither one of them are as good as Panic, but Panic was not released at Assembly. Future Crew and what they did on the PC was groundbreaking, and because well, a lot of us that were on Amiga or on C64 or other platforms didn't really take it seriously, the PC. Sumaya by Virtual Dreams, that's one of the demos that is an accelerated Amiga demo, but it only needs an 030. And this was kind of the period of time that when the Amiga was still trying to compete and still was up there doing stuff versus the PC and could compete with it before we got graphic acceleration and so forth. 242 by Virtual Dreams and Fairlight. One disc, which, okay, so for those of you who are too young to know what a disc is, it's the save icon thing, and these used to be little physical things, and they were like USB discs, except they were much, much smaller. So 720K, I think, I might be wrong, of data, and it's a full movie, and it just absolutely was groundbreaking. Plus, I got to show it to Front 242 once. That was cool. Extension by Pygmy Project, an Amiga production on an Amiga 500, and this, as I recall, for weeks after assembly, this is all we ever talked about. We wanted to make this demo. We wanted to, how did they do these effects? It just was incredible. And of course, it also has Gestures music in it. It was, Saint by Diormas and Halcyon. Complete error. This wasn't shown. That was absolutely the wrong thing to do. And why was it not shown? Well, it was too much like a video. Do you know how many people try to make demos that are like videos? I mean, hey, congratulations, you did so well. We're not going to show your demo. Nah, it's in the list. Hata by the Yormas. I'm going to say this. There's a song by Skunk Anasia. Yes, it's fucking political.
I love that song.
And that's what this is. Everything's political. Just, it's in the list. Real-Time Demo Wannabe by Maxon. Later of Half Bit Cheese. When Maxon released this pretty much killed all of the previous year things that were, what's the name of that game? Grand Theft Auto. And we had tons of Grand Theft Auto things. And this came through and it was like, oh, short film can actually be really amazing and really creative. And I wish I would have made that demo in a demo. And he did it as a short film. Okay. And then after that, there were a whole bunch of crews that came up that were there to challenge them. Max and Half Bit Cheese always were saying to challenge them. That kind of made that category. And then Codename China Doll by Catastrophe. It's kind of the first demo that was kind of the modern style. The thing that CNCD and Fairlight are doing today and ASD, kind of the first one, not really, but it's kind of groundbreaking in that way. And I always think it's another demo. So when I watched it again, I was like, oh, it's this demo. Also, this is from Assembly. I thought this was from somewhere else. So yes, so that's the list that is left. All the things that aren't on this list that you think should be are probably in another list. And if they aren't in another list, you should actually just send me a note and say, hey, Truck, you should do a show that has this demo in it. So.
Do you have any words for the voters?
Yes, vote. Seriously, everybody that is watching this, and tell other people that are not watching this to go and vote.
Thank you so much for this brief list.
Brief.
All right. Dear people, I hope you have your snacks and drinks in order. Let's watch the rest of the nominees.
kick some ass. 1122 to Kenny. 8300. 8362, 28 Smith vehicle, 900 North Miami Beach Boulevard, parking lot of Kmart, case number 9011, please. Payment will be waived. 1122 to Kenny. 8300. 8362, 28 Smith vehicle, 900 North Miami Beach Boulevard.
A poor little girl with no hat or shoes. She was hungry and shivering with cold. She carried a bundle of matches in her pocket. She pulled one out and struck it on the wall to warm her frozen fingers. The match went out and there was nothing to be seen.
My family. This is my family. My wife, my son, my daughter and I. I am Mrs. Black. My wife is Mr. Black. I am Mr. Black's husband. We have 2 children, a boy and a girl.
Börja!
James, pissa nu!
Vänta lite! Min anoppa får mutnad!
Real different, right? Check it. Hit the mic. Yo, hey. Welcome to the east of my G. Ain't nobody better than M.E. No way. Go by the name of the ultimate sound. Better watch your back when you step in my town. Okay. Respect that shit. That's roll up on your block and rep that shit. That's I'm the only dude that can do it non-stop. And you the dude that always go and run and call the cops. Check it. Check it.
That was it, folks. We have now seen all of the nominees, and the voting starts right after this stream. You have the power to decide who gets to win, so go on and vote. You can vote at scene.assembly.org. Assembly 30 Years Awards will take place on Thursday, 4th of August at the main stage of the Assembly 2022. And the award ceremony will start at 8. Come and see us live or hang out with us on the Twitch stream. Thanks to all the jury members and good luck to all of you nominees. Thanks for watching and remember to vote, and see you at Assembly. Bye!